The door.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I'm calling the meeting to order for the Carpinteria Valley Water District, and we'd like to have the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please, Bob.
Here.
Here.
Here. Yes. Item number 3, public forum. Any person may address the board of directors on any matter within its jurisdiction which is not on the agenda. Anybody online?
Oh, no, nothing.
Okay. No one here, then, or that's responding. Item number 4, approval items. 4A, minutes of the regular board meeting held on May 24th, 2023.
Polly motions for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? And a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes. Then we go on to item number 5, unfinished business, none. Then item number 6, we're going to adjourn the regular meeting of the Carpinteria Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And then I'd like to call that meeting to order. Then item number 2, public forum. Any person may address the board of directors on any matter within its jurisdictions which is not in the agenda. Scott, anything? Okay. We move on to item number 3, approval items. 3A, minutes of the meeting of the board held on April 26, 2023.
Polly motions for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got 3B, disbursements report for March 16, 2023, April 15, 2023.
Polly motions for approval.
I second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? The roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 4, unfinished business, none. Item number 5, new business, 5A, consider proposed 23-24 budget and associated rates. For information, Bob?
Yeah, so this is in your packet. I'll quickly go over what we've been talking about. Nothing has changed since the last time we presented this, but we are coming up quickly to the public hearing and considered adoption of the rates and charges for the GSA. So, as you recall, we did a 3-year financial plan from fiscal year 23-24 through fiscal year 25-26. We're not proposing to adopt the 3-year budget, but what we were trying to do is understand things like debt repayment and how that would be achieved. And so this is just a snapshot of the budget and expected revenues. So the top section is revenues, as you can see in 23-24, which is the year that we're headed into and adopting rates for, or proposed to adopt rates for in June. Our revenue need is $465,000, up from $348,000. And I received a question about why did it go up so much, and we went over this previously, but there were a couple of items that were under budgeted in the previous year, and we had a shortfall, and so we wanted to avoid that, and so we increased those items. One was the GSA personnel. You can see it went up by $22,000. From the previous year, from $99,000 to $122,000. And the reason why is we neglected to add what we call overhead for employees, and so that's why that was adjusted. There was a couple of other items that went up that weren't there actually, and for example, the GSA annual reporting. So once we do get done with the GSP, which we expect to happen in December of this year, we will have to start doing annual reporting, and so we added an item in there for that. That's basically we report to the Department of Water Resources, talking about what information that we've gathered in that particular year and how we're doing implementing the plan. And we also added interest expense because there are loans out between the GSA and the district, and actually this year the GSA took quite a few short-term loans because we didn't have enough revenue to continue to conduct the business of the GSA, as well as we're having cash flow problems. So we added the interest expense to cover the interest cost of carrying that money, and then we also added a reserves item on the very bottom there, which is $50,000, to help us not continue to run into this cash flow problem that we've been running into this year. So this is a similar comparison just of the 2 years, but it shows you kind of where, on a percentage basis, where the increases happen. You can see here it looks like a really big increase, 320%. But what happened this year was we didn't expect to have so many GSA meetings, but we ended up having a lot of GSA meetings, which we only budget, I think, for 4 in the entire year, but we had 24, I believe. So we upped the amount there. This was a recommendation of the auditor, as you recall, to list the allocations of employees of the water district being allocated to the GSA, and so you can kind of see the percentages of time here based on the various employees. This is the overhead that got omitted last year. Again, in April, mid-April, we sent out the 218 notice for the hearing on June 28th, and we've received some protests, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, but again, the proposal is the existing fee is $48 an acre, and we're moving it to $68 an acre. I'll just remind you all and anyone that's listening that we had attempted to do a pumping fee this year, but we're unable to get all of the work done required or necessary to make that happen. So we're going to do a parcel acreage-based fee for 1 more year. So this will be the last year that we do this. Next year we'll be doing it based on estimated pumping.
Bob, I got a question. So how are we going to convince all the pumpers to have meters on their wells within the next 12 months?
Well, our approach is not using meters. It's using a crop factor based on a crop factor. So we've been doing work to estimate the private pumping of groundwater for many years, but as we start to use that for collecting revenues, we want to make sure we have all of our information that we've been using is correct, and so we're sending out surveys and verification letters basically to verify that the numbers that we're assuming are correct from acreages and where well water is being pumped. That's correct, and so that.
So I'm assuming there will be another protest period.
Next year, yeah. When we go to adopt rates, and we may do a 3-year rate case next year for the GSA. But whatever we do, we have to. This is only for 1 year, so whatever we do, we'll have to do a similar 218 process.
Right, but if we go to an estimation module, so if a property owner disagrees with what they're being estimated on, what happens then?
So we basically have very good data that will enable us to estimate, and we'll simply send that information and that calculation to each owner and say, this is what we think you're pumping. If you disagree, show us where the water's coming from to irrigate these crops. And so the burden of proof will be put back on those particular pumpers.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. So, of course, the district's bill for the, per the pumping charge, we have meters on our well,
Correct.
so there's no discussion really because
That's
we have the
right.
meters. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah, we have a planning number and an actual number. We're really pretty good about, so if we plan to pump 1,000 acre feet in a given year, we're monitoring that continuously, and so as we head to the last month of the fiscal year, we check to see where we're at on total pumping, and we'll, unless we're way off, we'll typically true it up, so we're pretty spot on in terms of how much we pumped in accordance with the planning number. And so that gives us the ability to budget for that amount of money that we're going to have to pay in fee for GSA fees.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So as of today, we got a number of protests. I think we had 28 earlier today, but then about 11 or 12 were brought in almost at the end of the day. And so we're currently up to 40 protests on the GSA. So again, it's required that there be 50% of the parcels protest. And so we're not anywhere near, but this gives us an idea about people's opinion, and so it's a good number to have.
Good question then. I'm assuming all the protests are about the increased assessment?
Yes, this is for the GSA, not the water district. I'll get into the water district later, but
Right, but everybody's protesting the increase from $48 to $68.
yes.
Is there any suggestions how we can fix it from these people?
That's not required in the protest. I think, the administrative process is set up just that they have to meet a certain number of criteria to submit a protest. And so if they meet that, they submit a letter of protest, and then we tally up those protests. Not a suggestion,
Okay.
a process for suggestion. The public hearing is actually certainly
Okay,
a time for folks to voice their opinions.
thank you.
So this is just for information today. As I said, the actual hearing will happen in 2 weeks, and we'll have a public hearing at that point and have a vote as well. And we'll count up the total protests. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Anyone? Then we move on to item number 6.
Oh, is there, I think
Sorry.
there's public comment.
Go for it, Scott.
Scott Vanderkar. I'm encouraged that there are 40 people who are paying more attention than it seems participation that we've been lacking, so I'm encouraged by that. I'm wondering, and I read just quickly through the meeting announcement, as far as, the term escapes me, but appealing, the appeal process that we went through the last time where a property owner could appeal the basis of the fee saying certain acres were not developable or were not, will that be addressed at the meeting on the 28th? I didn't see anything about appeals.
Yes, so there will be in the resolution, just like last year, there'll be a resolution directing the manager to implement an appeal process. And it's likely, since it's the same approach as last year, we're not really going to modify the appeals process, so it'll be turned around pretty quickly.
And appeals that were filed the last time around, if the landowner has the same objections, would he or she need to refile, or are those carried forward?
Depends on which section they qualify for. So if they if they qualify for one that's a permanent, appealable, like, if a piece of property, for example, is designated as unusable for anything that would need groundwater, then that's not going to change. So that would carry forward, and we actually removed those numbers from, those APN parcels from the database.
And for the landowner to find that out would go to you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
I did
Sorry,
have,
Molly, go ahead.
Scott kind of prompted me. Do we have any feedback from any of the entities that at least initially said, either ignored us or said they weren't going to pay it, or various other government entities?
We've gotten lots of questions, and some government agencies have just had questions and then said, okay, well, we'll pay it.
Okay.
Others are appealing, and then there's the ones I think that were the tough ones are the state agencies that don't actually get a tax bill. They're, they just don't. There's no actual property APN to even send them a tax bill.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, then we move on to item number 6A, the GSPAC meeting, May 23rd, 2023. Bob?
Yeah. So we're moving along through the items on the GSP, and of course we're discussing those items at the GSPAC meeting, and we ended up spending a lot of time on what we call the parking lot item discussions, and let time get away from us a little bit in this last meeting. But we did have projects and management actions, which is the section the technical team is focusing on right now, and trying to get that section of the GSP done. And we ran through the presentation, although we didn't do it justice. We'll probably come back this meeting and have projects and management actions again, so we can slowly go through it. But we did talk about other things, groundwater-dependent ecosystems, and finalized what we call the groundwater level and storage sustainable management criteria. We're getting to the end of the document, and we'll have a draft document very soon. And so what we were hoping would happen that hasn't happened, and so we're trying to figure out, if we're doing something wrong, is that we would have had more comments on the sections that we've posted publicly already. So we talked about that a little bit at the GSPAC meeting, and we're going to probably need to do some sort of outreach to get, make sure people know that the draft plan is out there and open for comment. We only have a fixed amount of time. We actually have to get the plan completed and address all the public comments, and then submit it by December 31st to the Department of Water Resources. So that's going to be a big, I think we'll continue to have discussions at the GSPAC, how we can do that. I think that's it. Also coming either at the next GSPAC meeting or the following GSPAC meeting will be the plan implementation, which kind of wraps everything up and how we will actually implement the things that are determined in the plan.
I have one additional comment, just for Scott's benefit too. I thought that Matt Young did a wonderful job representing the county. He came down from the county, Scott, to really explain what their role is and how it differs, basically from some they get involved in heavily, others they really don't. And I thought he did a terrific job at kind of walking us through the county role. Yeah,
we had some requests, and I think maybe they were from. One of them was from Mr. Vanderkar, that we include the other members of the JP, the Joint Powers Authority, County of Santa Barbara, City of Carpinteria, and the County of Ventura. We weren't able to get the County of Ventura to come, but we were able to get the Santa Barbara County Water Agency, and of course, Aaron Maker, who is with represents the city, is on the GSPAC and was there as well. And so we had a little bit of a discussion about that relationship at the meeting. I don't have anything else. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to.
Go ahead, Shirley.
I'd make one other comment, is that at least if you're not getting public off the street to make comments, it sounds like, and I haven't attended any of these meetings yet, just out of curiosity, but it seems like you're getting a lot of input by members of the public that are members of this committee that are pretty, serious and following and understand a lot more than most people. So that's really saying something. So maybe they can talk to their friends.
Yes, I agree. We are getting some great input, but we actually need written comments for us to address them in the plan.
All right. Thank you. Then hereby we're adjourning the meeting of the Carpinteria Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And then we are re-adjourning the regular meeting of the Carpinteria Valley Water District. Item number 7, new business. 7A, consider approval to engage Kotz and Associates outreach services for CAP not to exceed $42,500 for action. Bob?
Yeah, so this was on the agenda last, I think it was 2 weeks ago. I'm losing track of time. Maybe it was a month ago. The board directed me to take it back to committee, and so we did an outreach committee last week, and discussed. We had Katz and Associates and WC on the call in the meeting and discussed kind of the scope, and basically boiled it down to these 4 areas of coverage for public outreach. The first task would be support for communicating value of CAP. This is going to be, a shock to some that we're paying or that they're paying for this project in their rates, and it's coming up this year, next year, the year after that, and then, for 4 years in a row. And so it's important for us to get in front of that and make sure that people understand that what they're paying for and the value and necessity of the project. We've been talking about that for a long time, but it's important to tie those pieces together, I think. And so we've identified that as something that CAT's can assist with. That's probably the biggest portion of this proposal, and the proposal's in your packet. The second item is communication plan update, and so the communication plan originally was done in 2019 or 2018, I believe. It was updated in 2019, and it was focused on this issue of whether or not an IPR project, indirect potable use project, was safe, health-wise. And so we went through that process and did some pretty good messaging, as well as actually reaching out directly to community leaders, and I think we did a good job. We had some opponents initially, and we were able to answer all the questions and make sure that everybody felt comfortable with moving forward with the project, and so we achieved that. And so that's where the communication plan stopped, and communication plan is where we have strategy and focus on what we're trying to achieve and who we're trying to reach. And so, we're now facing a different issue, which is, as I said, rates related impacts to CAP related impacts to rates. We also are going to be headed into the permitting, which I've already received some questions about. Even though we haven't even submitted an application, I'm starting to receive questions about the construction impacts of CAP. I'm not sure if people are reading that in the paper and realizing that it's coming. But we did have just a very early during the CEQA process in 2019, had a very early exposure to some of the concerns of the community, and there were some, particularly with the well drilling, it was we were doing that on the heels of the Caltrans construction, so I think everybody was very sensitive about construction impacts. So that's one of the issue, or two of the issues that we need to address in the communication plan. So this update would address those. We also talked about a pilot project community event, and the pilot project is like a mini. It's not all of the processes, but it's the ultrafiltration process. It's a mini version of what we would have in the end. We could see what kind of performance we can get out of the pilot plant at the wastewater treatment plant, and that will inform the rest of the design. But it's also an opportunity for folks to come out and really get the sense that, hey, we're starting. We need to hear from you now and understand your concerns. And so we've been focused on that. There was a scheduled professional group meeting, but that was in the day, and meeting with some of the feedback we got from the outreach committee was, that doesn't really make sense to have that in the middle of the day and expect community members to show up. And so we split those. The professional groups really they know what an IPR project is. It's really just a show and tell for them. And so we booked that, and we said, okay, well, the community event then would be after 5 or on a weekend, would be focused solely to inform community members about things that need to be brought up in terms of the next 2 phases of the project. And so, again, messaging, graphics, and really strategies to take advantage of that event would be supported by CATS under task number 3. And then finally, for strategic council and project management, that's really just a way to say, we rely on CATS to make sure all of our publications, like we generate a quarterly article, the Water District generates a quarterly article for the paper, for the Coastal View News, and we want to run that through them to make sure that our points are on point, as well as the sanitary district does the same, and so that would go through them. All of the slide presentations, I give a lot of presentations about this to various groups, and so slide presentations, again, we want to make sure that those are on point. Social media campaigns, we do those just to keep people aware that things are going on, maybe hone in on something that's going to happen in a particular time frame. And so that's that, and plus there are project meetings that they participate in terms of events coming up. If, for example, we're going to be doing potholing here coming up pretty quickly, and we'll probably have some, in the downtown area, probably have some traffic impacts that we'll need to address. So those are the 4 main areas that we're looking for support on an outreach front there. And so it's back for where staff is asking that you approve the engagement of Katz and Associates to provide the outreach assistance for an amount of $42,540. So I'll take any questions with that presentation.
Casey?
Yeah, so, I feel like we talked about it the last time it came up. I guess to me, I still feel like I don't see a tremendous value in this. They dropped the price 8% in their estimations, but it looks like it's primarily editorial review and then a couple of meetings. I guess I don't see what the substantial changes in the CAP plan from 2019 to today that needs a significant amount of funding for updating.
Yeah, it's a document, so they'll have to go through and update the strategies and make sure that everything is tied together. Some of the on the material side, some of it is graphics work because we're trying to communicate complex ideas simply. People don't like to read documents that are 2 pages long. They want to see a picture that shows communicates with them what the project's going to be doing, and I know Matt was saying that Caltrans sends out this glossy packet every, I don't know how, 6 months or 3 or 4 months about projects that they're working on along the corridor. We're not proposing that, but it's a much scaled down version of that, where we're just trying to communicate things that are complex in nature simply.
So I thought we should come, because we were on the outreach, Matt and I were on the outreach committee, and we got a little bit more detail just for the board, as Bob was saying. First of all, Rob, as Bob said, was also on the call and chimed in on the importance of the help with the rates tied to the CAP project. And yes, updating it from the 2019 with different objectives, but then moreover, we spent more time talking about the different neighborhoods that we were starting to see pipe in that you just mentioned, and the connection between that and this pilot event at the sanitation district scheduled for sometime in March, I mean August, and the need to decouple that from whatever else industry thing that you had going on, because it was imperative to get the pilot event tied into the people that were starting to go, wait a minute, not in my backyard kind of thing. So I'll just speak for myself. I still wasn't exactly thrilled, because I said at the last meeting I thought this was a lot of money, and we expressed to Bob, or at least I did, I think Bob, we'll let him speak for itself, this is all starting to blend together, the different things that we're paying CATS for. But as we sat down and went through this in a little bit more fine-tune, I had a better appreciation, especially from Rob, why we needed to do this and the importance of the timing in it, given what we had coming up in August. I don't want to say that Matt and I didn't push back, because we did, but it was a little bit more granular discussion on what the difference was between this and what we had done before. And then, of course, I chimed in on some of the Ag Committee meeting where we could improve too with CATS. So, Matt, I don't know if you want to say anything else, but that's my take.
Okay, Matt, anything?
Well, so there is a line item in here for the open house, and I can see how that could be a media event. You get something on the evening news, and then the next day it's yesterday's news. I still wonder if there isn't value in taking a moment to evaluate whether we should produce for, they have that open house support at $10,000.
Is that the one for the pilot tour?
Well, I know, but do we need their support for that? Just to make a phone call to KEYT and say, come on down, we're having this event. I don't know exactly. To me, it might be more valuable to direct that $10,000 to a little informational video that we can play over and over again, and has more residency and can be on demand when people want to see what it is. That illustrates exactly what we're doing. I mentioned that Caltrans thing because I got it and I opened it up like this and saw the designs and the pictures and maybe read a little bit of it, and then it was in my recycle. Mm-hmm. And it was very expensive, I'm sure, and it didn't last too long in my home, but a little video on our website that we get on government TV or SB TV can be seen over and over again. It's just a thought. I don't know if we could go out and find somebody to produce something like that and how much that would cost. I'm not looking for a 60-minute documentary, but a 5-minute one that says, hey, this is what is happening statewide. This is the technology we're embracing. This is what resiliency it'll give our water supply for the community.
But so for the support for the pilot project, is that what you're talking about? The 10,000 here?
I pointed that one.
Because I think that the pilot, again, what we heard a little bit more about in August, I think that pilot project is important as that gears up. But I also see Matt's point is there a way in planning the communication of that might be done more cheaply? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying the pilot part
Right.
of it isn't important. I think that's critical for
Right.
them to design the system and get
Right.
it right the first time. I'm not questioning that. It's just having an open house, that's going to be something that industry professionals are going to be invited to see this project, and the public's welcome to be included too. But I don't know that we have to spend $11,000 to do that.
Okay, Shirley, any?
Yeah. So, first of all, I'd like to kind of get a picture. I know we have cats involved in a lot of different things in the water district, outreach, PR. And I think the last time this came by was exactly at the last meeting, and now it's back again, a little less money. But you had the history of cats and the CAP before, or is this the first budgeting we're doing with cats and CAP?
No, they were on the original preliminary design team, and their scope of work was to develop an outreach plan and try to understand what the barriers might be. They identified the health barrier. They then took that issue, developed materials for that issue, and
we had a few open houses,
but a
couple of
yeah,
not
few
very
open
well
houses.
attended. And how much was the budget for that first? I'm trying to.
I want to say it was 70,000, and they left $10,000 on the table.
Okay, that was for the first time. Okay, and this is the second time, and this is proposed to take us through what?
End of the year.
End of this year. Okay. And I think the communications plan update, are they discussing, in other words, it seems to be holding more open houses. The pilot plan open house is something new that's going to draw interest, I think. But if you just have one at the what's it called, that hall?
Sanitary just.
The veterinary.
Oh, Veterans Hall. Yep.
Yeah. No, I don't, unless there's an there's something in the news, could happen, then, we want to meet with people in person, but I don't think anybody's,
I think what's going to happen is that people will start getting their bills, water bills, and I think they will want to know what's going on. And so that's really, I think, the first and foremost issue that we have to address.
Yeah, we have to spend more money so they can know why it's costing so much. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's important because, and if you understand it, I think most people, if it makes sense, they'll go, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and task one, I don't think I have a problem with.
Yeah, but the pilot, actually, the pilot project, when we first started talking about CAP, it was a $30 million project or 40 million, and we didn't have any pilot. We decided this is such a small scale, unlike San Diego or something that, they have a pilot project that's actually as big as our whole project finished. Mm-hmm. And I kind of missed the rationale behind that, and then you just explained tonight that it's basically zeroing in on the advanced treatment part. So it's not a whole line. It's just, is the purpose of that to take our actual affluent, what we're going to be using with, it's not San Diego's, it's not, and test it and see how, what's your rationale? Can you?
So some of the larger projects will do a full treatment train, advanced treatment train on a pilot scale. And that's typically the reason why, is they want to get that product water, test it for injection, test it with geochemical interaction, test it for various other things that might be potential issues. That's typically an engineering decision. In our case, we thought, well, we're a 1 MGD treatment plant, and that's typically the size of these pilot treatment plants. So that was kind of the conclusion during the preliminary design. But once we got into this final design phase, we got some higher level experts on the process that looked at it and said, well, one of the things in terms of the RO membrane design, which is the most expensive piece of this treatment plant, is we don't have a good sense of what the water will be after it goes through this first stage, which is called ultrafiltration. we don't have a good sense of what that water will look like going into the RO membranes. So in order for us to better design the RO membranes, we want to do a pilot plant of just the ultrafiltration. So the ultrafiltration is the first step after it leaves the conventional treatment plant.
Sanitary district,
But just to be clear, we're talking about a
Yes.
public media, this decision we're looking at now is support for the community event.
I know, I was kind of just backtracking because I think the pilot project was, maybe I missed a meeting, I don't know.
It's a
but-
technical step.
Yeah, it was a technical
Experts are telling us
decision. yeah.
necessary.
Okay, and okay, now I understand a little better, because it's my understanding that, see, what happens, Rob Morrow is really our mouthpiece, and also Brian Bondi, depending on who you're talking to, and I notice one of the functions of CATS is that they attend the technical, what do you call it? You call it your team, right? You call it your
Project meetings.
team,
Yeah.
and so they attend some of those
Yeah,
meetings.
as requested. So when we have an issue that we think needs outreach consultation, we request that CATS attend to those meetings.
So is there expertise taking it out of the realm of the technical and translating
Yeah,
it?
we're a bunch of engineers and technical people. We really don't have that same way of looking at things. We like to talk about details and think that everybody likes to talk about details. Most people don't like to hear the details and want to understand simply what you're doing.
Yeah, because they don't really assist too much in the public presentations, what I'm thinking, but anyway.
Hey, Bob,
Thank
could you take, Shirley kind of gave me a thing, we were kind of wondering at the committee meeting, do we really need that industry thing that you've decided to decouple, And so we're going to keep, if we do this, we're going to keep the pilot, event and that connection to the neighborhoods, which is now starting to bubble up, and we expect it to. But was the industry thing really necessary to begin with? And if so, is that in here in any dollars that we could take
No.
out?
So the industry thing,
we
we're not
can't-
paying any money for. It's
Okay.
just, it's a chapter meeting that
Okay.
the Reeves
Okay.
chapter's going to have at
Okay.
the.
Any more, Casey?
I guess just to surmise, I guess my biggest struggle is basically, to me, the deliverables don't add up to the dollar amount, right? I mean, the task one, the support for communicating the value, I mean, to me, that train's left, right? 218's out, it's happening in a month. We're talking about trying to get ahead of the bills on that and people struggling with it. I mean, to me, that's money that we've already spent on the messaging of CAP and the importance of it, and, it's going to cost money. The communications plan update, the deliverables are pretty slim to me. It's a planning workshop with materials and a draft and a final draft plan of, I assume, updating the plan they made 4 years ago. The support for the pilot project is a summary of notes at a meeting and then a summary of the event and a logistical summary. I mean, to me, for $10,000, it's not a tremendous value. The event's not going to be run by them. They're not going to be hosting it. They're not going to be the MC. And kind of the same thing on 4. It's a summary notes of communication-focused meetings, monthly activity reports as needed, and 4 hours a month of support, it looks like, is kind of their deliverables. So I think that's where I have the disconnect or my struggles with that, just to surmise my thoughts.
Anyone else? Okay, personally, I think the outreach is important, but if there's a piece that we want to eliminate and improve the rest, is there support for that?
Well, I certainly think it's not a bad idea I think it's a good idea to communicate, and I guess, our general manager is telling us this is an important step. I think the value of CAP would be a good task one. I think I support. And like I say, I just think maybe the media choices, the idea of getting something that's, even if it's just developing a website that you click on that tells you all about it, is that just something that's more durable than the community event?
What we're doing,
I just fear we'll have this event in the news,
Yeah.
yesterday's news, and we'll be lucky to get 20 people to show up.
well, can I suggest that we also include the update of the plan? I know the deliverables seem thin, but what we're doing right now is
Communication plan?
yeah, we're talking about what we need, and that's really the purpose of the communication plan, is they will sit down with the staff and the board and talk about some of the things that they think are going to be issues for us, or I like the way Rob did it as well. Rob said, this is really about risk management. You know, you're talking about these future things that may occur, that you need to address and be ready for as they come, and not be sort of trying to, catch
And I think
up.
we want to, and I agree, I think we need a really strong plan that builds people's confidence that this technology is as good as we think it is, that it is evolving into a common practice of water districts to reclaim water, and that this is not putting anybody at risk. You know, the reliability and the level of purity is excellent, those sorts of things. Those are the messages that, because that's the value. You know, you talk about the dollars we're spending on it, and gee, what are we doing with the money? But, that's kind of the accounting side of the equation, but the value of it to the community is the message I think we need to bring forth.
Yep, I agree.
But is there something that anybody would want to take out, or, no, because I would support, I would
won't
support.
say it again.
All I'm just, well, but then, but, I don't know where we are.
Okay, what I like to propose is if we can break it up in 4 pieces and see if we can approve some of the tasks and not some of the other tasks. If you want to make a motion on task number 1, if there's support for that, then we move forward. If not, then
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we authorize task 1 and 2, and then reconsider potentially reprogramming the other money toward other media. But mostly tonight, it would be approve task 1 and 2.
I second.
Make that motion.
okay, we got a motion for approving task 1 and 2. Is there any more discussion?
Let me just clarify, so is it approving task 1 and 2 only, or are you going to consider 3 and 4 later, or?
After we do a little more.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not saying don't ever come back and revisit this, but
Also, the verbiage, did I miss something? It says May through September, but that's only for one task, that's not for the whole budget.
That's for the meetings, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so can we have a roll call, please?
Director Holcomb,
Yes.
Director Johnson,
aye.
Director Roberts,
aye.
Director Balch,
Nay.
Director Van Wingerden.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Then we move on to item number 7B, consider Ortega Reservoir repair charges to the Carpinteria Valley Water District in the amount of $112,622 for action. Bob?
Yeah, so in 2022, we budgeted for a project to help repair some leaks that were occurring in Ortega Reservoir. Just kind of a background, Ortega Reservoir is part of the South Coast Conduit. It's located in Montecito. Just like Carpinteria Reservoir in 2006, a roof was constructed along with some structural improvements. And shortly after the completion of the project, the reservoir was refilled and leaks appeared at the bottom and actually at the sides as well. We went through a series of litigations and settled with the defendants for monetary compensation. And then in 2011, an attempt to repair the reservoir using grout and grout water stops. I'm trying to remember the name of the product, but and other sealants were used to seal up the cracks in the bottom of the reservoir. That had some limited success, slowed the leaks, and since then the reservoir's been operating with pretty steady leak rates only at 10 feet. So we operate the total depth of the reservoir is 20 feet, but we operate between 10 and I think 6, which has worked. You know, it's been fine in terms of water flow and that sort of thing. But over time, the rates have the leak rates have been increasing. We measure that at what we call the toe drains, or at the bottom of the reservoir on the dam face. And so we can actually see how much water is moving out of those, and it's been going up. It initially, I think, was around 15 gallons per minute. Right before the repair was at 40 gallons a minute, so it went up significantly. Part of that was, of course, rainfall. Some of that rainfall gets into the soil and leaks out through those sub-drains, but the estimate on that was about 5 gallons a minute. So really, there was a significant amount of leaking occurring. And so the reservoir was taken down for cleaning about 6 months ago, and at that time it was determined that, okay, we're going to try to make some repairs. They had it before the draining, they had a diver go down and actually dye test a bunch of areas and found some leaks and marked them. And so at that time, Montecito indicated that they wanted to attempt the repairs. They had an estimate based on the diver's number of leaks that he found of about 130,000. And so we budgeted our half, which is 65,000, in our capital projects, and was approved in the budget process. And they just completed it, and this is kind of a little graphic of where they actually made repairs, and you can see the red lines. So the way that these joints are function is they're concrete squares, and then between the concrete squares there's a rubber dam in there called a water stop. Well, those water stops were improperly constructed back in 2006, and that's why we have to fill in these gaps with various other sealers and sealants. The way the original 2011 repair was done was they put what's called an oakum into the gaps, like a kind of like a rope with a expansive component to it. And so when it gets underwater, it expands into the crack. And then on top of that, they put caulking. And so you can kind of see all the red areas are where they had previously caulked and seen failure. So they had to remove all that and put in new caulking. The green areas, they actually installed new oakum. So they actually put in new ropes that were expansive, and then they, on top of that, put new grout. And so you can see a lot of areas that they did. Some of them are small, some of them are long, but these are all based on what the diver was telling them where the leaks were. When they drained the reservoir and actually got in there and started looking at the areas, they discovered a lot of areas along here where the caulking was actually coming out of the crack, and so they had to pull it out and remove it. And it turned out to double the amount of time it took to do the actual project. And so all said, by the time they got done, instead of 130, they were at 225,000. And so that means about $47,000 over for us. That's half. $47,000 over our budget of $65,000, and so we're at the point where we had to refill the reservoir, and we're at the point where we have to pay the bill, and so that's why I'm coming back to you. We looked for areas where we could probably take this $47,000 in the capital projects. Unfortunately, there are none. We've pretty much used all that money, and so it looks like this money will come from reserves. As far as the effectiveness of the repair, so it's been refilled for a couple of weeks, and it actually has reduced it from 40 to 20 gallons a minute, so it cut it in half. We don't know if that 5 gallons a minute base flow from storm water is still part of that 20. It could be. It's going to take some time for the ground to dry out for us to really tell what the total reduction is, but it seems to have effectively reduced the leaking to a reasonable amount. So with that, recommendation is to approve for staff to pay the remaining $47,622 out of reserves.
Any questions? Go ahead, Shirley.
Yeah, so is Ortega Reservoir filled up to 20 feet now?
No, it operates between 6 and 10 feet.
Still?
Yes.
Is this normal, to build a big reservoir and then have it leak, and so you can only use half of it?
No, it's not normal. This is the subject of the litigation that we went through.
We got $2 million, right? Or we split that with Montecito, I forget.
That was one of the lawsuits, yes.
That was, yeah. What do you see towards the future? As far as the situation?
So far, what we've been, remembering that the last repair was 2011, and that held us till now, and it was roughly the same amount, $100,000 for repairs. I'm guessing that this is going to be the way we go from here forward.
Never going to go up to 20, what it was designed for, 20
Yeah,
feet?
it probably won't, it could in emergencies, but probably won't. One of the solutions that we discussed ad nauseum when we were looking at this was putting a lining along the bottom, like a membrane. But I think everybody decided that was going to cost more than it was worth, and if we could operate between 10 and 6 feet, then we should do that. And we have been operating.
Because it really is a pass-through, right? I
It's a
mean,
balancing
as
reservoir.
far as the whole network, it's not really a significant water storage.
It's not intended to be. I mean,
And
it is
not
a significant amount of water, but it's also, its purpose is to balance water flows between Carpinteria and Ortega reservoirs.
What's the total capacity of Ortega?
20 million.
At 20 feet? Oh, 20 million gallons. Oh.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I would just say it was a long saga of, it was sort of interesting because the Carpinteria Reservoir was covered and it did so without incident. I mean, pretty much there were little snafus, but at the end of the day, the roof went on and the reservoir did not leak after it was done. In Ortega, the roof went on and we had all sorts of issues and lawsuits, and it went on for years. I remember going through this. We used to meet quite routinely with the Montecito Water District to discuss the disposition of the Ortega Reservoir. And I was in the room and we discussed all of the different possible fixes and what they would cost. And is it still Sikaflex?
That's one of the products, yes.
Is there anything better? Because if it's coming back out. But anyway, yes, so didn't we once have a reserve fund for Ortega Reservoir?
We do. It's part of our reserves, although we used it, and we will get it refunded, but we used it, if you recall, for the preliminary design. We borrowed it for preliminary design of CAP. Once we get the SRF contract in place, we'll be able to ask for that back.
Yeah, because at the time, some of the proceeds that we got from settling the lawsuits, we were thinking should be held in reserve because we knew that repairs were going to be ongoing. But I think it's necessary, and I will say that 10 feet less head has affected my operations. So I've actually had to put booster pumps in to overcome it. And so I've had personal expense directly related to this loss of capacity of the Ortega Reservoir. So that's too bad for me. But the reservoir is important, and the agenda item says 112, but actually the budget augmentation is only the difference. So you show it 47,622.
Yes, right. So we would pay the 65 that we had already budgeted in the capital project budget, and then we'd need to take an additional 47,000 out of reserves.
I'll move for that to occur.
Polly seconds.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we move on to item number 7C, consider authorization of optional task 3.0 for permitting assistance under the existing professional service contract with WSC, not to exceed $53,460 for action. Bob?
Yeah, I'm going to modify that a little bit. After talking with Rob, I realized I'd made a mistake on the agenda. He was requesting that we approve optional task 3.1 and 3.3 and not 3.2. So I removed 16,000 from that total of 53,000. So what he's asking for is that optional task 3.1, which is the CSD wastewater treatment plant NPDES permit, and that is, so we're working with the regional board on the discharge permit for the treatment plant, and the impact of CAP, because what that will do is concentrate the outfall. So normally it would go out with the water that we're reclaiming. Now we're taking that water and we're pumping a concentrate out there. We did do some initial modeling in the preliminary design on diffusion and found that, yes, it appears to diffuse quickly enough to meet the requirements of the NPDES permit. But in further discussions with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, they want to have further study, and so this was put in there just in case that happened. We didn't know whether or not it was going to happen, and it is. They are requesting further study, and so that 19,000 really is just. We may have to come back again later, but that 19,000 will get us started in terms of identifying, how we're going to proceed and having a plan to develop that modeling and work that's going to be required for the updated discharge permit. 3.3 is EIR addendum support. You may remember in the preliminary design we identified the Latter-day Saint Church as a site. We initially had started a negotiation with them on land acquisition. They were interested, but along the way they changed their mind and decided they were not interested, and so we had to relocate site injection well number 2 site, and that was not contemplated in the EIR. So we're going to have to update or create an addendum of the EIR, and so again, this was put in there just in case that were to happen, and so it has happened. So we need to include that for that work.
So is the total that you're looking for 37,410? The total?
Yeah, I have it. I put it on my slide 37,410.
Oh, there you go.
yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry.
Any more questions? Anybody else? Shirley, go ahead.
Yeah. So wasn't the discharge permit part of this, wasn't that originally kind of envisioned to be a sanitary district budget item and not CAP?
Yeah, so one of the things that you have to do when you do an IPR project is you have to do an anti-degradation study in the ocean, and we thought we covered that with the dilution study that we did in the preliminary design, but it's not sufficient. It's not accepted as sufficient by the regulatory agency. So that was never contemplated.
Which regulatory agency?
A Regional Water Quality Control Board. They issued the NPDES permits, and it was never contemplated that the sanitary district would be responsible for that. They're responsible for renewing their permit, but to the degree that we have to demonstrate that there's not anti-degradation, that was never thought to be the role of the sanitary district.
Okay, so this is probably a pretty standard procedure for any kind of discharge into the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's standard, but then the problem with these projects is there's a bunch of them coming online right now, and we're all kind of at the same point, and so the regional board is developing kind of their criteria as they go forward, although there are some projects that have been operating for a long time. The regional board, I think, is taking a different tact because there are so many of these projects coming forward that they're trying to get their requirements in place. So,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bob, so do you have a new site already located for the second injection well?
yeah, so what we ended up doing is we approached the city, and there's a dead end road right there by the LDS church that that can be used. We'll have to shut down the road for the period of time during construction. But once the construction is completed, it'll be flush with the road. And it actually, because we're not purchasing the property, probably end up saving us a little bit of money.
So you won't be putting a tank over there then, because obviously there's no room?
Yeah, we're exploring a different approach for the tank. So we may eliminate the tank and see if we can return it via the sewer collection system. We may upgrade a section of the sewer system so that the capacity is there to move that flushed water to the sanitary district.
Okay. Just curious, that bridge is now out of circulation, so I'm assuming it will stay out of circulation or not? The bridge at the end of, what is the street called?
The bridge, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that. It's my understanding that.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not certain. I think that bridge is not publicly owned. I'm not certain about it, but,
I know it was identified in a study as deficient and structurally unstable.
Right, but as long as it's out of circulation, it makes it better when you want to put in an injection well then, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions? Then we need a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to support those two pieces, 3.1 and 3.3, remodified at 37,410.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? A roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Winkeren?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 7D, consider budget 23-24, 25-26, and associated proposed rates for information. Bob?
Yes, so as I said, this is just kind of a repeat. I only threw in a handful of the slides that we've seen before. This is the slide of the revenue need, and you can kind of see we did a 10-year financial plan between 2024 and 2032. The first 4 years, we're looking at increases of 7.5%. That about half of that of each one of those is cap. And our goal was to raise $2 million in new revenue to support the CAP project by 2027. This hearing, as a requirement of the SRF loan, we're adopting 3 years of rates, so between 24 and 26. And so that's kind of what's been going on, and I want to make sure everybody understands that we're doing a 3-year rates. That's not to say that in 2025 we can't come back and revisit the rates, and if they're lower than our proposed rates right now, we could implement them. You would have to approve that, but we could implement them. If they're higher, we would have to go through a 218 process. And so this is really to demonstrate that we can do this and get through a protest hearing to the state for the purposes of the SRF loan. Just as a reminder, this is what the residential impacts. Actually, this doesn't look right. This is what the residential impacts were for the rates, and I believe this is the old one without the without the adjustments. Yeah. So I believe this went down to much lower, and this actually was negative. And then similarly, ag, this may be different. So I might have gotten the wrong slides here, but so again, 28th of June, we're going to have a protest hearing, and we're going to consider the rates and fees for adoption. Current protest count for this 218 letter or notice is 9.
Well, that's more in line with our normal.
That is more than normal.
No, well, even, we've had lower, but haven't had higher in a long time, so 9, at least 9 is better than 40.
Yes. So that's it.
Thank you. I would just make a comment that I don't know if, in the back of my mind, with all of this additional debt to keep our water system reliable, and I see changes in the way the state is allowing housing projects to go in, and the development impact fees, I think, Bob had mentioned earlier that we're reviewing those to see, make sure that they're consistent with state standards. But I would be, I'm going to be looking at some of these larger projects that bring in even hundreds of residential units, and looking forward to a discussion about how those development impact fees can offset some of the debt for this project, because those new housing units will likely lead to demand, which is in part inspiring the need to do this project. So, and that would improve the numbers that we're seeing. If a couple hundred housing units went in, the amount of money that would bring in, if it was used to retire some of the debt or defease the debt, that could go a long way to making this picture look a little better financially.
Good point. Anyone else?
Didn't it kind of pencil out, kind of went over it real quick, some things that were on the drawing board, maybe $8 million? Or
I don't have a spreadsheet
yeah,
here.
well, anyway, it would be substantial, maybe. Yeah, in terms of additional income, yeah. In
Let's see.
additional fees.
Capital money for projects, and it's not to say that something else won't pop up that's going to also be demanding money for capital improvements, but maybe it won't. So.
Can I ask a question on, so this is my first budget go through, so when we see an increase of like 7.5%, are we also restructuring how that increase is allocated? Like, why do I see a 20% across, the median and residential and a 6% across every single ag
Yeah.
user?
So this is a look at the revenue adjustments. So this is basically how we need to increase the revenues over time. That then gets allocated based on the cost of service study. So the cost of service study allocates various things to various groups of users depending on the policies of the board. One of the things that we've maintained for many years here is we collect all of the water treatment related costs only from the non-ag customers, so the M&I customers. And so that does create this kind of difference between residential users and ag users. So, I'm sorry, yeah, here are the update. I was confused. Yeah, so the bottom line is here are the amount percentage-wise, and so these are bills. Percentage-wise, it's difficult to really understand the impact, but for the median user, for example, your current bill is $98.93, and it will go up to $114.52, and so that's a 16% increase. Whereas in ag, your median user is $570.38, and it goes up to $595, an increase of 24. So. And the reason why this is the ag rates don't include, it doesn't look like it's as big of an increase. And the reason why that is because the ag doesn't include treatment costs. And one of the big increases this year is cater. In fact, it's the biggest increase in our budget. Went from $1 million to $2 million. And so most of the impact, other than CAP, is being felt by the residential customers. And so you can kind of see the bigger impact here. And then as far as going from low user to high user, we've been working a long time to try to get it so that the low user is not penalized for being, a low user. Where when there were a lot of fixed charges on the bill, what was happening is even if you use 3 units, you're still paying $100. And so that's kind of why it goes from 0 now up to higher in the middle, and then kind of back down in the end.
And so there's no treatment charge period on ag water or ag customers, I suppose.
No, none of the water quality and treatment projects are borne by the ag customers.
Right, and so that gap will continue to widen.
If we continue to have treatment related. Now, CAP is a water supply project, so it doesn't. It goes evenly across all users.
Thanks.
Well, yeah, then that begs another question. So half of our increase, you just said, is from CAP.
No.
And,
Oh, yes, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
the 7.5 a year? And so, and then, so the cater is $800,000, and that's being allocated just for this current year?
Yes.
And I think we spread it off 2 years to try to,
No, so it's normally between 800 to a million a year. But this year, it's almost 2 million.
so that's just this year's, but not, and then the rest is,
The rest, yeah, so
Yeah.
next year, it's like 1.5 million, then the third year, it finally gets closer to normal.
yeah, I know my concern in the beginning, and we really hashed it out and discussed it, and that, CAP is advanced treatment, but it has the word potable in it. And I was saying, well, just because it has the word potable in it, it's really to protect the groundwater basin, and it better not just be charged to the residential customer class. And
Yeah, it's never been a water treatment project, it's always been a water supply
Right.
project.
I want everyone to make sure they know that, too, okay?
Yeah, no, it's interesting because as we take cap water and we inject it into the groundwater basin, it has benefits to that. And people who aren't buying water back from the district have a big benefit that's coming, and I think the GSA is going to have a discussion about that. We know from past experience that during times of lack of rainfall or drought, that shallower wells even go dry. And with 1,000 acre feet of year injection, maybe that won't happen. So these wells will be more reliable, but without having to be involved in the cost of cap. So I'm concerned about that. Just not the ratepayers should be involved in this, but I don't know when we're going to have that as even just a strategy session, or how, or if there's other agencies that their groundwater sustainability agency gets involved that way. But it seems fair to me.
Oh, are you suggesting that, that the cap cost should be shared between the water district customers and private pumpers that aren't water district customers? Because they aren't now, right?
I just think it'd be interesting to have
To
that.
look at.
I'd like to be, to hear that discussion, because yes, it's a groundwater benefit project. And so there is a tangible benefit to groundwater pumpers.
Can I ask on the cater cost increase? I assume that's because of the acre feet we're going to pull through there? Is that kind of and
Yeah, so-
Montecito's reduction in usage?
It's a strange phenomena that we saw coming, actually. What happened is we have been heavily relying on groundwater. Now we're switching back over to surface water. There's lots of water in Kachuma and State Water Project. However, we typically would expect, and this historically has happened, Montecito to do the same thing, but Montecito this year is saying, well, we've got a full reservoir in Jameson, we've got desal water, we don't need to take water through Cater. So they basically have indicated they're going to take very little water through Cater. So that shifts the entire burden of cost onto Carpinteria. So that's what's happening.
And is that so that shifts on acre feet, right, or the amount we pull through there? So if we pulled half the amount, would we expect half the cost? I mean, I'm sure there's a fixed cost component.
Yeah,
but-
so the way that the joint powers agreement works is the total cost is divided by the number of acre feet, and then however many acre feet. So the problem is, when Montecito's pulling none, then we get a bigger portion of that. Santa Barbara also gets a bigger portion of that.
Thanks.
Just curious, so how many acre feet is Santa Barbara projected to run through the Cater plant, and how much are we planning on running through the Cater plant?
We're planning 3,000, I believe, I want to say, they're around 8,000, but I can't say for sure.
Okay.
And Montecito, I think Montecito said 700 or so,
Okay.
700 acre feet.
But the Carp is not the only one carrying the whole Cater plant then?
No, costs went up for both.
Right, okay.
For both.
And then to Casey's point, I thought you or Norma said that you had sat down with the city to try, and since we're going through 3 years, to make sure that we had some consistency on what to expect in the projections over the next 2 years after this.
On the capital side, yes. So, there's some projects that are happening at Cater Treatment Plant that we were planning, we're trying to plan for. So, yeah, that was incorporated into the 10-year budget
Okay,
projection.
thanks.
Okay, go ahead, Shirley.
Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, this, I understand the water sharing, that's the operation costs, right? It's not the capital improvements? Do we
Yes, yes. So,
share, like, if they happen to do a capital improvement one year that Montecito's not using Cater, then we have to pay?
no, the capital is 50/50, 50% Santa Barbara, 50% us, and then we split that by
Okay,
half, yeah.
thank you. Good to know.
Okay, actually, I'd like to make a comment on Matt's observation as far as, I think it's well taken as far as the private pumpers or possibly using cap water. But I also believe if we do our job in the GSA, then we should be able to make sure that everybody's treated fairly. I mean, residential and ag. I mean, to me, that's where we need to capture that. So it is just my
I'll
comment.
just remind you that the GSP
Sorry.
is open for comments, and this will be something that will be in, this particular issue, meaning the benefits of CAP, will be identified in the GSP.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're done with item number 7D. We move on to item number 8, Director Reports. 8A, CCWA Board Meeting, May 25, 2023. Shirley?
Okay, thank you. There were two main items on this meeting. We met in person in Buellton, and one of them was a report on the Central Coast, the state water contractors, Representative Jennifer Pierre. She zipped through that, and she's probably done it a lot, and very interesting about the whole California water supply. The other big issue to discuss is water banking. The whole state is, maybe it's a combination of seeing all this water rushing to the ocean, during our rainy season this year. And the snowpack right now is 200 to 400% of normal. And as you know, the snowpack is where we store our water for the state. So everyone's saying, hey, it's melting, it's not going to store water for us in the way it has in the past. So either underground places to put water, tanks to put water, more reservoirs to store water in Carpinteria. But first, I'll start with the chlorine. They had a brief report, as I said last time. They put out chemical bids, and they didn't get any response for the chlorine, so they amended the bid, and they got two bids, and they're less than last year's contract, so we voted that in. That's good. And regarding the discussions, we're still discussing about groundwater banking, which is, it's a new area for everyone, and in the past, we've made our own individual agreements with private water in Irvine, which is Orange County, water banks as needed, mostly in response to emergency drought situations and et cetera. And it's kind of like, okay, where are we going in the future? We voted as a group, as the CCWA, to look into groundwater banking and interview like Aquaterra, learn about it, try to learn about it. It's kind of, I think it's a good strategy, because water banking is something that all Goleta, Santa Barbara, Montecito, Carpinteria, we all should be looking in that direction, and Central Coast Water Authority is the JPA, which we're all members of, that handles, they handles the California aqueduct. And so we're looking like how to proceed, how to, could they be the best way to enter the world of water banking for all the partners, because you'd have more bang for your buck rather than individual things. And I have some concerns about that, because the Central Coast Water Authority voting percentages is what it is, and it's Carpinteria has 7.4% of a vote. If we want to vote one way, we have 7.4% of a vote. And the fact of the matter is that as important as water banking is, we're in a different world. Santa Maria's way further north. I'm not sure what their earthquake, concerns are. I know LA Metro, the largest, one of the largest water users and state water contractors in the state. They're concerned with the Tehachapi Pass. It's earthquake city. It's that, when you drive up there, you see those big pipes coming down and all the water. They know that's earthquake, and so their strategy has been to get as much state water as possible and they built the Diamond, I guess, reservoir, and so now I have it written down in my notes somewhere. I thought it was fascinating. They have a supply of water for their 2.3 million or 3 million customers for a certain amount of time. So it's pretty safe, reasonable for them, but depends on the kind of earthquake. And so what do we have in Carpinteria? We have the Tecolote Tunnel. We've got a figure. And maybe we'll want more than one arm of water storage somehow, some way. But if the Tecolote Tunnel goes out, Kachuma's no use to us. Any water banking done further north that might benefit other members of the Central Coast Water Authority wouldn't be any use for Santa Barbara, Goleta, or Carpinteria. And maybe it would be a good discussion to talk about it. What if the earthquake hits and Tecolote is out of commission? How long would it be likely to be? Okay, then what do you have? You have Santa Barbara has Lake Gibraltar, and they have a pipeline that goes through the mountains, but I don't know how big it is. And then Montecito has Jameson Lake, although in a drought, those water bodies can get pretty low. They have another pipe. We have a pipe to Lake Casitas, but we have no claim on that water so far, unless we plan ahead and maybe make some arrangements and things. But so that's a really important consideration. The other consideration is how close to the ocean are you? What access do you have for desal possibly in the future sometime, with state water, sometimes they're budgeting at $3,600 an acre foot now. And what is the reality of that? So, so I think the Central Coast Water Authority is not meeting in June. That meeting was canceled, so we'll meet in July and hopefully kind of work out so we're not entering water banking in a wobbly state. We know who's paying for what among the groups, how the decision is made. Are we okay with having our whole water banking submitted to a 7.4% vote that we have in this decision process? So, so I really think they're working on it, and I think we have a lot of options. And even at the county meeting that I went to for, the Santa Barbara water issues, they really did mention Goleta has a water basin that holds about as much as Kachuma, and I think so does Carpinteria. So if we're talking about water banking and earthquakes, those, we really ought to be looking at those. And I talked to Bob knows, everything about just about everything. And he knows really the geology of, Goleta is a fractured rock aquifer. Some of it is anyway, and Carpinteria is an alluvian aquifer. So alluvian, you can put your straw in one place and all the water kind of flows, and you can extract it. Whereas some of the fractured rock, they have a lot of water, but it's in a certain section that's cordoned off. So maybe you have to stick your straw in different places to get to it, and also to inject it maybe. But anyway, that's, it's coming along. I think, especially with Ray Stokes, we have the gold standard for management. And, he's proven himself, and pretty much all the members agree with that. So, hopefully we'll come up with a good a good start to this, because everybody, wants to do, water banking. And the other thing was a talk by the Jennifer Pierre, State Water Contracts, contractors. As you know, you have the state water, system that is, you have a federal system and a state water system. It is the lifeblood and the arteries throughout California where water is moved, both state water and farmers that have too much water and they want to sell it, or, however the new picture is looking. And so she gave a report on that, and there are also, one thing that I glommed on to, she talked about one of their things is an energy roadmap, and she said 70% of the state water system is renewable energy, which is 70% of the energy used in the state water to move water is renewable energy. And that's a big figure that people talk about a lot, because it's a lot of energy to move that water. But, 50% of it is generated by hydroelectricity. So if we weren't using that to move water, we'd probably use it for something else. So, and 20% is solar. So it's very, very interesting, all that they're involved with, because we're dealing with the Department of Water Resources, and they like to hand us bills. And then we have our organization of state water purveyors, the EU State Water, that, they can communicate and hire, lobbyists and everything else. So, that's my report.
Thank you, Shirley. Any questions? Then we move on to item number 8B, Combe Fisheries Committee meeting, June 2nd, 2023. Polly?
Thank you. So I was the alternate committee member to join here, and we reviewed the 2022 annual draft monitoring summary, which then has comments and is filed with the Bureau. We got an update on the revised Kachuma Project 2022-2023 annual long-term plan, which was kind of beneficial. It means that we've got a little bit of money left over. I think it was $155,000 in the renewal fund, and the reason that that's important is because of the next item. We really haven't found any grant funding yet to do the repairs of these streams that were damaged in the January and February storms. At the time, we were applying for CDFW grants, and I don't think that those are looking good either. So the plan is to really prioritize some of the damage on a couple of the streams and see if we can use the $155,000 to start us off. And so that was the update there. And then on the administrative committee meeting, do you want me to keep going?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay.
Good.
So that on the administrative committee meeting, it was kind of tied to that. We reviewed the current budget, which still did not put any money in for the fish stream repairs. Number one, because we are not legally obligated to on any front. And number two, because we're still waiting to see if there's any grant money. And number three, because in further analysis, it could be that we've got some renewal funds even for next year that we could put towards some of the priorities. So the plan is, and this could change when it goes to the board, is that we approved the draft budget still with zero as of stream repairs. At one point it was 667, very, very high. And just to see if we can't really see what we can do on grants, a little bleak right now, and use some monies left over to at least get a couple of the priorities started, depending on what happens. We have appealed to FEMA. They turned us down. That's not looking good, but we did appeal. So, and then we also approved the letter that I'll be sending to the Bureau to kick off the contract renewal discussions, the O&M contract renewal process. And that concludes my report on those two.
Can I ask a
Thank you.
question?
Go ahead, Shirley.
Yeah, okay, we have streams, we had a big rain, and why do we need to repair the streams after an act of nature? I mean,
Right.
what is
Well,
the
all of
concept
that,
behind
part of the
that?
discussion, and it's not going to be a 100-year storm. They have not proven to be. And the waters are flowing fine. Fish are getting through. Lots of boulders down and things like that, but everything is still flowing through fine. So it is not, we don't have a decision yet. We won't until the board meeting when we're reviewing the budget But those are reasons why we thought right now it could change. Some people think that we should try and do something out of obligation, but we are not legally obligated to. And so now the thought is, if we have any monies left over that I just described, we will try and put those to only the highest of the priorities. That's it.
Okay.
I don't know. I might be
not?
coming back after the board meeting with a different conclusion. But that's where we are right now.
Thanks, Polly. So obviously, item 8C was covered during the discussion at 7A. So we got item number 8E, Administrative Committee meeting, June 13, 2023. Both Polly and myself. Polly, you want to?
Right. So we just discussed the unrepresented employee salary and benefits for 2024. That will be in closed session. And Bob walked us through some of the more formal salary surveys that they're undertaking. That's it.
Thank you. We got to move on to item number 9, General Manager Report. None. Then we have for the closed session items, item number 10 has been canceled, taken off the agenda. And we have one item for closed session, number 11, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employer Performance Evaluation, the title Unrepresented Employees. So we're going to go
Recording
closed session,
stopped.
please.
You must pay. I'm glad that you're sorry now. Although I forgive you, I cannot forget how you shattered all my ideals. You smiled when I told you that you would regret, and now you know just how it feels. Right to the end, just like a friend, I tried to warn you somehow. You had your way, now you must pay. I'm glad that you're sorry, glad that you're sorry. I'm glad that you're sorry now.
p.m., 11:60 p.m. The clock was striking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11:60 p.m. The moon was high in the sky. You had that look in your eye. I tried to kiss you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1200 times. We had spent the evening, walking around the block. It was grand to wind up closer together than 12 o'clock. I gotta see you again and hold you close to me when the clock is striking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11:60 p.m., 11:60 p.m., 11:60 p.m. Good night.
Romance while my heart is young and eager to fly. I'll give my heart a try. I'll take romance.
I'll take romance while my arms are strong and eager for you. I'll give my arms their cue and I'll take romance.
So my lover, when you want me, call me in the hush of the evening.
And when you call me in the hush of the evening, we'll rush to our first real romance.
While our hearts are young and eager and gay,
I'll give my heart away. I'll take romance. My lover, when you want me, call me in the hush of the evening.
When you call me
in the hush of the evening, we'll rush to our first real romance. While our hearts are young and eager to fly,
I'll give my heart a try.
All right.
I'll take romance.
And I'll give my heart a chance. And I'll take romance. I'll take romance.
I'll take romance.
Romance, romance, sweet romance.
All my life I've been so secluded, love has eluded me. But from knowing secondhand what I do of it, I feel certain I could stand a closer view of it. Till today I studied love discreetly, but now that I'm completely free, I must find some kind persona grata to give me data personally. take a chance when romance passes by. Why shouldn't I know of love? Why wait around when each age has a sage who has found that upon this earth love is all that is really worth thinking of? It must be fun, lots of fun, to be sure when day is done that the hour is coming when you'll be kissed and then you'll be kissed again. All debutantes say it's good, and every star out in far Hollywood seems to give it a try. So why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I?
Your sweet expression, the smile you gave me, the way you looked when we met. It's easy to remember, but so hard to forget. I hear you whisper, I'll always love you. I know it's over, and yet it's easy to remember, it's so hard to forget. So I must dream to have your hand caress me, fingers press me tight. I'd rather dream than have that lonely feeling stealing through the night. Each little moment is clear before me, and though it brings me regret, it's easy to remember, but so hard to forget.
Hiding in a dark, cloudy night. The evening star was even hiding from sight. Then suddenly the heavens burst into view, and all because one lucky night I looked at you. I spent a lonely afternoon in the park. I walked around a friendless city at dark. But as I faced a night with nothing to do, a million lights turned on because I looked at you. I was afraid this was just an illusion. Was your face just a dream, nothing more? And would I spend all my life searching faces, waiting for you to walk through a door? But now each morning when I open my eyes, it's always like a lovely birthday surprise. And every wish I ever made has come true. For you are here, my darling, when I look at you. Afraid this was just an illusion. Was your face just a dream, nothing more? And would I spend all my life searching faces, waiting for you to walk through a door? But now each morning when I open my eyes, it's always like a lovely birthday surprise. And every wish I ever made has come true. For you are here, my darling, when I look at you. For you are here, my darling, when I look at you.
In the still of the night, as I gaze through my window at the moon in its flight, my thoughts all stray to you. In the still of the night, while the world is in slumber, oh, the times without number, darling, when I say to you, do you love me like I love you? Are you my life to be, my dream come true? Or will this dream of mine fade out of sight like the moon growing dim on the rim of the hill in the chill still of the night? in the still of the night. As I gaze through my window at the moon in its flight, my thoughts all stray to you in the still of the night, while the whole wide world is in slumber. Oh, the times without number, darling, when I say to you, do you love me just like I love you? Are you my life to be? Are you my dream come true? Or will this dream of mine fade out of sight like the moon growing dim on the rim of the hill in the chill still of the night, in the chill of the night, in the still of the night.
It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around, finally found somebody who couldn't make me be true. Whoa, 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 could make me be blue and even be glad just to be sad thinking of you. Some others I've seen might never be mean, might never be cross or try to be boss, but they wouldn't do for nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you. Cause nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still now. And it had to be you. It just had to be you. It had to be you.
By the one I love in every way. I am loved, absolutely loved. What a wonderful thing to be able to say. I'm adored, I'm adored by the one who first led my heart astray. I'm adored, absolutely adored. What a wonderful thing to be able to say. So ring out the bells and let the trumpets blow and beat on the drum, for now I know I am loved. I am loved. What a wonderful thing. What a glorious thing. What a beautiful thing to be able to say. The trumpets blow and beat on the drum, for now I know I am loved. I am loved. What a wonderful thing. What a glorious thing. What a beautiful thing. What a marvelous thing. What a fabulous thing. What a crazy thing. What a lovely thing. What a precious thing to be able to say.
Not much to look at, nothing to see. Just glad I'm living and happy to be. I got a woman who's crazy for me. She's funny that way. Can't save a dollar, ain't worth a cent. She'd never holler, she'd live in a tent. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. Though she loves to work and slave for me every day, she'd be so much better off if I went away. Why should I leave her? Why should I go? She'd be unhappy without me, I know. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. so much better off if I went away. But why should I leave her, and why should I go? She'd be unhappy without me, I know. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way.
I'm biding my time, 'cause that's the kind of gal I'm. While other folks grow dizzy, I keep busy, biding my time. Next year, something's bound to happen. This year, I'll just keep on napping and biding my time, 'cause that's the kind of gal I'm. There's no regretting when I'm sitting, biding my time. Bide my time. Beginning on Monday, right through Sunday, biding my time. Give me glass that's full of tinkle. Let me dream like Rip Van Winkle. He bided his time, and like that Winkle guy, I'm chasing wayflies, how the day flies, biding my time. Biding my time, biding my time, biding my time.
kiss, every hug seems to act just like a drug. You're getting to be a habit with me. Let me stay in your arms, I'm addicted to your charms. You're getting to be a habit with me. I used to think your love was something that I could take or leave alone. But now I just can't do without my supply. I need you for my own. No, I can't break away. I must have you every day, as regularly as coffee or tea. You got me in your clutches and I can't break free. You're getting to be a habit with me. You can't break it. You're getting to be a habit with me. You every day, as regularly as coffee or tea. You got me in your clutches and I can't break free. You're getting to be a habit with me. To be a habit with me.
Goodbye. No use leading without chance. This is where our story.
Okay, we're back in open session. We approved for the general manager to prepare the contracts for the unrepresented employees, being managers, excluding the general manager, increased vacation accrual from current 200 hours to 280 hours, increased sick cash out from 60 hours to 80 hours, increased vacation cash out from 40 hours to 50 hours, and this is for the term of July 1st, 2023 to February 29, 24. Then we have operations manager. It's an 8% salary increase to address compression. We have for the administrative assistant and 4% merit increase, include 40 hours administrative leave as well as cash out of unused time. Then we have accountant IT technician, 7% merit, includes 40 hours administrative leave as well as cash outs of unused time, increased vacation accrual from current 200 hours to 240 hours, include vacation cash out of up to 40 hours, include the IT standby. This will be defined by the general manager in the contract. And I think that finishes our closed session. Then we move on to item number 12, consider dates and items for the agenda for the Carpinteria Valley Water District Board meeting on June 28, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Carpinteria City Hall, 5775 Carpinteria Avenue, Carpinteria, California. And we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you.
My breaking heart, and I agree that you and I could never be. So with my best, my very best, I set you from the storm, a cozy fire to that keep you warm, but most of all, when snowflakes fall, I wish you love. I wish you love.
Look at him, look at him. Excuse me while I look at him and melt, just like I'm butter in the sun. Look at him, he can't see how much he's affecting me. I think he's sweet as taffy. He thinks I'm downright daffy. Look at me from the start. I've been choking on my heart, tasting words I'm too afraid to say. I'm scared to make a move he wouldn't understand. I'm scared to smooth his hair or even hold his hand. I know I mustn't touch, but I don't mind so much if I can look at him, look at him, look at him. Look at him, look at him. Excuse me while I look at him and melt, just like I'm butter in the sun. Look at him, he can't see how much he's affecting me. I think he's sweet as taffy. He thinks I'm downright daffy. Look at me from the start. I've been choking on my heart, tasting words I'm too afraid to say. I'm scared to make a move he wouldn't understand. I'm scared to smooth his hair or even hold his hand. I know I mustn't touch, but I don't mind so much if I can look at him, look at him. Look at him.
More than the greatest love the world has known, this is the love that I give to you alone. More than the simple words I try to say, I only live to love you more each day. More than you'll ever know, my arms long to hold you, so my life will be in your keeping, waking, sleeping, laughing, weeping. Longer than always is a long, long time, but far beyond forever, you'll be mine. I know I never lived before, and heart is very sure no one else could love.